023 and use code 104091 star.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091#.
Thank you, sir. This time I will call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Chacon.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Douglas. Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Actually, I think we have some council members coming in if you want to redo that roll call.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Hurst.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas. Here. Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thanks, sir. We're all present and counted for. So we're going to start the evening with the moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance. Before we do, I'd like to open the floor to Mayor Pro Tem to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to let everyone know to reflect on this moment of silence. I was notified that last Thursday, the first Latino Commerce City Councilwoman Vi Vigil passed away at the age of 93. So she was a great councilwoman, and would like to ask everybody to reflect this moment of silence and remember her and keep her family in prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. If everybody would join us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this time, are there any council members wishing to amend the agenda? Seeing none, I need a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion and second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The agenda is adopted. We're going to move on to citizen communication. All public comment, except for those on public hearings, will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Council members may address public comments during administrative business. Tonight, we have some virtual speakers. We will start with Kirk Cochran.
Kirk, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
I apologize. This is my first time doing this. I was calling on behalf of one of my clients for one of the agenda items tonight. So I was calling to speak at that time.
Okay, Kirk, on which agenda item were you planning to speak?
Oh, it was. I have to look at the number on it. I believe it was agenda item 2526.
Okay, this would be the time to comment on that.
Oh, I was just with regard to that amendment that the discussion was for my clients who were having a I guess a conflict with the amendment or the with it, that they asked that I call in based on the amount of time that they've been waiting to, forgive me, I'm sorry, I wasn't quite prepared for this, that they were asking me to call in as their builder to let you know that they've been waiting a great deal of time to proceed with this project, and that the amendment was kind of in direct conflict to their the work that they put forth on this amendment, or before this amendment came about. So I was just here to let them know that, to let you all know that they had raised the issue, and that I've been working with them for over a year on this project, and they were hopeful that the amendment, there could be an addendum to the amendment to make the language, to differentiate the language for the amendment. I have nothing further to say.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your time this evening. Next up is going to be Olga Cantrell.
Olga, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Same, I'm here on behalf of our client. We've been working on it with the zoning to get permits to do demo, and it's been taking a little longer than we expected. And if we can fix the language in this moratorium you guys trying to pass. So, same, and I believe James Wooden is there to represent as an owner himself.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Next up will be Joseph Cleghorn.
Joseph, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Joseph Cleghorn. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Joseph in the meeting.
All right, Kevin Kornig.
Kevin, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
I appreciate it. Hey, this is Kevin Koenig. I'm with Studio K2 Architecture. I was engaged by this client in late September and really started working on 5555 Dahlia in first part of October, where we had our first pre-submittal meeting, and then a pre-submittal in early November with comments received at the end of December, and then a development plan after that in February. And what we had hoped was this was a fairly simple project because it was an existing building with zoning use that was allowed in the area. We're not adding any square footage or changing anything on the footprint, just putting a different use in it. And it's turned into a pretty extensive development package with traffic studies, drainage reports, replats of the property, extensive redo of the exterior skin to make it more pleasing, and landscaping. And what we'd hoped had been a relatively simple and fast process has taken some more time. So I was here really just to speak up to say, this client has invested a great deal of money and time in trying to get this project off center and moved forward and enhance that area as part of the city. So, my firm has worked on canvas firms all over the country, several hundred of them. And we understand that the complexities of this type of use and such, but I'm here just to advocate for this owner, hoping that there's some language that can be added to the ordinance that says this project and maybe others like it have been proceeding forward, and money has been spent, and that they're grandfathered in or allowed to continue the process, and that really anything that gets applied towards the city after August 1st is certainly, part of that moratorium. So that's what I was here to just speak about and let you know that they're trying hard, and we're all trying hard to get through the process, and it's just taken a little longer than everyone had anticipated.
Thanks,
So,
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments this evening. Next up will be Aaron Bainey.
Mayor Huseman, I don't see Aaron or Truman in the meeting for public comment for virtual speaking.
All right, we'll move on to our in-person speakers. And we're going to start with Woody Woodend.
And that will be your timer.
First of all, I want to thank you for your time. My name is Woody Woodend. I'm here to address the proposed ordinance number 2527 being considered in the second reading later on the agenda, and to request that you consider making a small but critical important amendment to the ordinance in the language. I'm part of a group that's been working for 14 months on the zoning and statutory approvals for the 2 new dispensaries in Commerce City, Cannabis Depot, Commerce City, and Wildflowers Dispensary. We conceptually finding Commerce City wants to implement a moratorium on new dispensaries in wards 1 and 2. The problem is how the ordinance is written would lock our companies out after we've followed all the rules to date. Our real estate partner, Steve Tebow, has already spent $5 million on the property in Commerce City, and our cannabis companies have signed 20-year leases on those properties. However, if the ordinance is passed as written, all of our time and monetary investments will be lost. We have simply and diligently been following the rules and regulations of Commerce City, and for no fault of our own, we could lose substantially. I've read the language, and our group recognizes the intent of the city to allow applicants who are already in the process to be grandfathered in. However, this ordinance as written actually does not move the goalposts on us after the game has started. You might wonder how we've already spent 14 months on the project and invested $5 million and still not licensed. As background, cannabis license is a tedious process, which we're not here to complain about, but it takes time. Ordinance 2527 proposes that businesses already in the application process be allowed to move forward. That is defined as applicants who have applied for a city marijuana license before August 1st, 2023, which on face sounds reasonable, but in practice, it isn't that clear cut. Before an applicant can apply for a city marijuana license, you first must be approved by the state med license with the Department of Revenue. But before we can apply for a state med license, we must first receive all local zoning approvals. We've been mirrored in submitting parking plans, traffic studies, landscaping plans. Most of the last 14 months for us has been focused on meeting all the land use regulatory compliance. We're almost complete and ready to apply for the state med license, but typically takes months for the state Department of Revenue to approve an applicant's med license. We haven't received final city zoning approval. It would be impossible for us to receive the state med license by August 1st, 2023, in time to apply for a Commerce City marijuana license, even if we apply today despite working on this project for over a year. I guess I'm done, huh?
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Appreciate you being here this evening. Next up is going to be Keith Rogers.
Hi, I'm Keith Rogers. Been Commerce City resident for over 50 years. Just asking if any of you guys have been over on 60th to look at the location where you're planning on putting the recycling place. There's only one way in, one way out for trucks. There's enough traffic in that area. Also along Colorado and 64th area. There's enough traffic in that area for a major city already, and you guys want to add more warehouses. Again, have any of you been down there and looked at it? Spent any time down there to study the traffic, the noise, the congestion that already exists is going to be that much worse. And as far as having marijuana legal, you know, over the counter, whatever you want to call it, in Commerce City is not a good idea. You can get high enough driving down I-70. I drive for a living. I cannot have that stuff in my system. There's other people that drive for a living in Commerce City that cannot have that in their system. It's not federally legal. Therefore, we don't want that in Commerce City either. So please take that into consideration. Take a little tour, spend some time in that area. See what we're going through already. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you being here this evening. Next up is going to be Shirley Henney.
Hello, my name is Shirley Henney. I'm just here to thank you for the four-way stop at 64th and Olive. It's been a long time coming. There's been so many accidents. My property's been damaged many, many times since I've lived there. I am thankful that you finally decided to put the four-way stop. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I do. Because when there are accidents, usually they don't have a driver's license, no insurance, or not enough insurance. It comes out of my homeowner's insurance, which goes up every year. But I'm very thankful. I'm thankful for the people that work for Commerce City. They do work hard. I see them working at the parks. I walk a lot. They work over here at the open space. But sometimes people take advantage over at Freedom Park. They park on the grass. They drive their mini bikes on the grass and their bikes, but majority of people do respect that. But I am very grateful that you put that there. And I just wanted everybody to know that I am grateful. Because the speeding is terrible in Commerce City, and you guys have done so much. You put up, stop, lower the speed limits, but they still speed. People get aggressive. So I am just here to say thank you for caring about Commerce City. The speeding's really awful right here too, right by the police station. People speed up and down, but I'm sure you know it. But I'm just here to say thank you. So thank you for letting me speak. And I wanted to come in person to say it. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. All right, lastly, we're going to have Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jacqueline Valdez, residing at 6796 Albion Street, Commerce City, Colorado. As I've been here before, I'm asking for council to come out to 68th and Colorado Boulevard and Brighton Boulevard. I'm now pleading for you guys to come out there. I'm pleading for you to take some time and see the situation in that area. The large trucks, the speeding, the SUVs, the ATVs. You have two projects that you're wanting to start over there. We've made it plain that we're not happy about the project. What was led to us was there was going to be stores and restaurant in that area. Now we're hearing that it's going to be multi-million-dollar buildings for low income. Well, we have that situation already with the dog track, and it's uncontrolled. Bad situations are over there, and no one is helping. It's made known that council or anybody of the city cannot go in and just investigate on what's happening, and that's a really bad situation, because it should have been made when the minute the property was sold that you had that opportunity at any given time. So it's uninhabitable a lot of the time. Trash area piled to the ceiling because they couldn't get to the dumpsters because of the construction that was happening behind. So here, we're going to deal with the same situation with these new builds that you guys are wanting to allow to happen. Again, the schools, the children having to walk down Colorado Boulevard to Alsop Elementary. I've not heard one thing about how we're going to protect those children. We can't protect them now with the large vehicles that are coming through in the area that we're in. So how are we going to be able to protect those kids that are coming from that area? It's going to be a large amount. These are low-income families. They have to work. So I'm pleading for you guys to come out and really, really, really take a look at this before you agree to anything, before you sign off on anything. And look at the whole situation in that area, because it's pretty bad. And allowing more truckers to come in is only going to make it worse. You know, you've got Suncor trucks flying down through the air. You've got the asphalt. You've got the concrete. You've got semis, deliveries for the west side of Colorado Boulevard. Police department is so overwhelmed with what they're trying to do to help that no one else is helping. So please, I'm again pleading with the councilman to please come out to that area and sit for a day and really look at what's happening and what we're dealing with before somebody ends up getting killed. It's the school zone. So that's all I'm asking.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here this evening. Any others, Mr. Gibson, sign up?
Give me just one moment, Mayor. Let me triple check here. We've got a Gino Rodriguez and an Edward Bruns.
Gina,
Gino Rodriguez.
come on up, Gina Rodriguez. Gino?
Gino.
Good evening, all. My name is Gino Rodriguez. I work with Coma Capital Partners. I'm here speaking on the ordinance for the moratorium on August 1st for the marijuana companies. Typically, as been said previously, the process for a marijuana company to apply for the city license is they first have to go through zoning and planning. Zoning and planning can be easy, it can be difficult, but that's one category that's not really predetermined. It can last longer or shorter. Also, the city of Commerce City has separated the process between the city and planning and actually filing for the application for the marijuana license. However, you can't do one without the other. So the process of going through the city and planning should be conceived as one continuous process for the marijuana license. Unfortunately, because of the moratorium and the split, it would appear that people who have already started in the city of planning haven't done anything towards the marijuana license, which is typically not true. And then for the requirement for the state approval, for a lot of people don't understand, for the last 6 months, the state has been holding up processes, holding up deals. People have been going for renewals that haven't been done since November. And they were doing that because of the new rule changes for fees and things like that. Once the rule change occurred in, I believe, July or the end of June, a lot of deals started being processed, but there's a backlog of applications, renewals, and things like that at the MED. And so even if all things were normal, to get to that process is impossible for us to know when the state's going to get to the deal. So if there was a change in the language to say that if you've started the planning process, then that would be grandfathered into the actual marijuana licensing. But as it is now, because of the departmentalization of the city and planning and of course the filing for the license, it would seem that the person who did the city and planning hasn't done anything towards the marijuana license, which they have because it's all one and the same. So I would like for you guys to consider, if you will, just a slight change in the language to say that if people have started that process with city and planning, then they're of course grandfathered in, or that is the process that they're filing for the application. And I thank you for your time and patience.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you being here. Any other one, Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Edward Bruns.
Hello, council members. I would like to thank Jennifer Thomas for helping me out with a problem that I had. And also, I would like to, she helped me out, but the problem still exists. I know there's ordinances and statutes on the books to take care of it. I don't know if we need more police officers or they need more control of a situation, but I have a situation. In fact, I took pictures of it yesterday of trash being unloaded to the house that was full of trash to begin with. And they've got, or, you know, it's continuous with trash everywhere. Trash in the front, trash in the backyard, people living in the backyard, setting up tents on the side. And as a vet, it's unacceptable. And I know there are laws for it. And if there's any way that I can help you implement them or make better laws for the police so that they can have more action to take care of the situation, I would much appreciate it. And Jennifer Thomas has the address, and I'd be glad to share with anybody else, and the code enforcement also has the address. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming to speak with us this evening. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline included in the packet. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. We're going to move on to presentations. First up is Quality Community Foundation Annual Update. I'll invite Jenny Pinicello, Community Relations Liaison, forward to introduce the presentation.
I heard there's a clicker. Wendy. It's right here. It appeared. Thank you. Nice to see your shining faces again.
Mayor and Council, my name is Jenny Penicello, and I serve as the staff liaison for 4 of the city's boards and commissions. I'm so pleased to be here tonight for the Quality Community Foundation and the Youth Commission's annual updates. I'm pleased to turn it over to Vice Chair Lindy Larson of the Quality Community Foundation.
Hello, as Jenny said, I'm the vice chair. Chair Laura Hellewell couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately. I know she's sad to miss out. She had some family emergencies, so I guess keep her in your thoughts, please. I've never used a clicker. All right. It's going to be a wild ride. All right, so about Quality Community Foundation. QCF was established in 2006. So we primarily work to achieve our mission by fundraising and trying to, I guess, disseminating, stewarding the funds that have been provided to us by City Council to nonprofits that serve directly in our community or a large portion of Commerce City residents. So we really, I guess, try to tailor that effectiveness by just, strategizing, looking for ways that we can achieve maximum impact for, most reasonable lift. Next slide. I'll go ahead and set that guy down. So we operate a scholarship program. So I guess the two, overarching ways that we give back to the community financially are through grants and scholarships. So our scholarship program consists of our community scholarship and the relatively new Kurt Holland Police Scholarship. So we also do nonprofit grants and recreation scholarship. We fundraise for those, and then that money goes to Parks, Rec, and Golf to then disseminate to those that have been determined worthy recipients. So just going into our scholarship program, those two buckets there, there are a couple of differences between the two. The community scholarship is $4,000 over 4 years, so $1,000 a year. To those who are residents of Commerce City, it's very much a needs-based scholarship, so it's not leaning heavily on GPA and extracurriculars. Those matter, of course, but that's not our bread and butter of that one. The police scholarship is $8,000 over 4 years, and that's going to CCPD employees or dependents, but still pursuing that first post-secondary degree. That was I guess, kind of a brainchild of our success at the golf tournament, so our annual Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament. We had just raised so much money from so many generous sponsors and so much public involvement on that we determined that this would be a good way going forward to honor not only the students in the community, but also the police employees and their dependents. So a quick overview of our number of scholarship recipients. You can see that the number greatly increased and the amount awarded greatly increased from 2022 moving forward. So this last award period, we were able to give out 15 total scholarships, one of which is the $4,000 City Council awarded scholarship. Then the rest we fundraised for. So our nonprofit grant program, again, there's a heavy emphasis on the requirement that the nonprofit receiving the grant be serving either directly within the community, within the confines of Commerce City, or have a I guess a correlative proportion of residents that are using their services. So we do sometimes award money to nonprofits operating out of neighboring cities, but they have to have kind of proven or documented that they're serving unique niche that Commerce City residents have to then travel to them to receive. So we do have two types of grants. We have the program specific and our relatively new general operating support grant. I believe we've been giving that one for 2 to 3 years. So we started with just the program specific, and we award up to $7,500. That's at the discretion of the board to determine if a nonprofit requests the full amount, then if we deem that worthy expenditure, then we award the full amount. So we do have nonprofits who request less, it's just kind of dependent. So that's for something that's, just a kind of a specific, like you see there, project or program. General operating support grants meet a need for nonprofits that we're needing to kind of diversify in order to multiply the impact. So a classic example is that we had a nonprofit apply for the general operating in that first year. We awarded them $5,000. They hired a grant writer to fill out a lot of grant applications, and they increased that to, I believe, over $100,000, somewhere in that ballpark. So they multiplied, greatly that $5,000 award there. So so it meets a specific need. We only give out 5 of those, and then the rest of the amount, the rest of the $140,000 goes to the program specific. So. So this last cycle, we awarded 30 grants, 25 to the program specific and 5 to that general operational. Here is a selection of, I guess this is all of our, 2023 grant recipients. So a lot of, I think the vast majority operate, in majority, I guess, in Commerce City, certainly Adams County, so. So as you can see here, you get kind of a taste of the amount requested over the last 10 years or so versus the amount awarded. Your allotment or allocation to us has increased over that time, so we greatly appreciate that. However, as you can see, most recently, we still have a large disparity there, and so we would just love, we're formally asking if you could increase that allocation, then, there's a great need. So we can certainly continue to, make sure that money gets to the people that can have the biggest impact from that, so. So moving on to recreation scholarships. So that is a program that was established in 2014. Those are administered by Parks, Rec, and Golf. That's an income-based program for Commerce City residents. Like you see it, discount on classes. That's just kind of granted throughout the year. So, so we help raise money for that, and then give that money to Parks and Rec and Golf to disseminate how they see fit. So just a quick touch on our goals for 2023. These were set late, early December of last year. So our first, increased marketing efforts to better tell the story of QCF and recruit 3 new members. So we have achieved 2 new members already in quarter 1. The second one, meet with 2 new city departments or external partners to develop new relationships. So we have partnered with PRG on the 80s prom that was held in Q2. That was a pretty big success, if I say so myself. And we've also met with Commerce City leadership and the Rotary Club. So we've met that goal and are currently just kind of blown past that. And then our third was to raise $2,500 for recreation scholarships, $2,500 for the general operational, and then $90,000 for post-secondary scholarships. So we've already hosted a few different fundraisers this year, and we have our kind of really big one coming up here toward the end of August. That's the Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament. So we had 80s prom, and then we've done some community nights at Commerce City restaurants. So as you can see, we are meeting and achieving those goals, and we're only now just a little over halfway through the year. So I think we're doing pretty good. Here you see a few of our illustrious QCF board member leadership. This is a quick, snapshot of 80s prom. There was all the puff and the shine and the bright colors and just over the top everything. It was great fun. It was a huge success partnering with PRG, and then we raised over $4,000. So we were able to sell a few sponsorship tables, and then we had a silent auction. So that was also quite fun. All right, and then lastly, our upcoming golf tournament. So this is our third year. We typically see 144 golfers. That's a sold-out event. I believe this year it's sold out in 2 hours. Yes, so it's one that people have to be primed and ready for. So there's sponsorship opportunities for that. Those are still remaining. So we have just a few more to sell. We do run a silent auction with that. That's going to open, I believe, in the next week or two. So keep your eye out for that, because we have lots of pretty amazing sports items and tickets and experiences and all kinds of things. So we work with the fire department on part of that, and last year we netted $80,000, which is pretty amazing after all of our expenses. So I believe that is it. So I believe we're at questions. Any questions for me?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for tonight's presentation. Just had a few questions, like on the slide number 6, where it says grant activities must benefit Commerce City residents.
Sure.
That slide. I was just curious, like, what does that mean? And do you guys follow up with a percentage of, what percentage of what you guys do benefits the residents for Commerce City?
Yes, yep. So that's one of our questions, our criteria as part of the application, is that we look for a demonstrated impact on Commerce City residents. So impact meaning that can be, where housing those experiencing homelessness program would, identify that we were able to provide housing or resources, or not just limited to shelter. Let's say, that's providing, grocery, gift cards, and that sort of thing. So they're providing that those statistics with us, so hard numbers, metrics, and then they are, so a lot of times they'll also go into, this many of whatever, there's a program that does, cat spay and neuter and all that. So they'll indicate how many they were able to take in, the number of services provided, and then the impact that had, this many fewer cat, kind of feral cat population, out in the city, and that sort of thing. So there's kind of this, it's a very kind of full spectrum, I guess, view. And then part of our follow-up the next year, as part of just the requirements of having awarded, not even necessarily, it's a dual requirement, that they have to have fulfilled to apply for another, for the subsequent year. But the requirement is to provide follow-up documentation, to indicate exactly how they use that money, both literal, like kind of itemized, line item, as well as the impact that it had in kind of more of a summary, tell a story approach. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. And would staff mind going back to the slide that had where all the donations went to? I was curious about the Richard Lambert Foundation and the Brothers Redevelopment, I know Brothers Redevelopment, it's located in Denver, and Richard Lambert is located in Brighton. So I was just curious, what have they done to benefit the residents in Commerce City?
So I can't speak specifically just because it's not kind of in my forefront. It's been a few months since we looked at their applications. So specifically for Brothers, that is my phone. If anybody wants to silence that for me, I would love that. That's my comic relief. Okay, so I can't speak specifically to Brothers. Jenny can get that information for you specifically. But I do remember off the top of my head, Richard Lambert, it was that they took, they take a lot of intake information on their clients. So they were able to indicate the number of individuals who reside in Commerce City and who come to them for that specific, I believe they're like very strong emphasis on grief counseling and trauma and that sort of thing. So that's how we based that that decision was,
Well, actually, yeah, it was a question for staff. Can you give us account what they did for the Commerce City residents, for Brothers and the Richard Lambert? Do you have that with you?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I can circle back with that information. I don't have it with me tonight, but I will be sure to bring that forward to you.
Okay, great, because thank you. I don't know about the mayor and other council members, but I would like to make sure they are benefiting the residents of Commerce City. Then one last question for staff also is just making sure, is the Cultural Council a 501c3?
Correct, the Cultural Council is a 501c3.
Okay, great. Thank you, that's all I have.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Ms. Larson and Ms. Panicello, for the presentation altogether. Obviously, with Ms. Helwell, our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. This is an ignorant question on my part. Has QCF ever thought about, or is it within your guys' realm with regards to like maybe do a fill the backpack type of event to where they're benefiting for, hate to use the word, a lack of a better word, underprivileged or those that can't afford those the supplies they need for school. I know there's a couple of members within Adams 14 that's in the crowd, and along with those thinking about from 27J. I don't know if that's something that might be within your guys' realm. Understanding you guys are short on funds as it is, but don't know if there was a opportunity to collaborate to potentially come up with something to do so. If that has ever been thought about.
It's a great idea. I can't speak to the time prior to my involvement, if that idea has come up, but I think to me it sounds relatively new and it's something that I could certainly take back to the board to discuss the logistics of. But I can say that we excel at partnering with other organizations and with raising funds. So that wouldn't be the limitation there.
Awesome.
So,
Thank you very much.
Great idea.
I'd probably say just also probably include Adams 14 in that and maybe
Absolutely,
27J board members. See if they'd be willing to actually collaborate with you guys with regards to something to that effect. I don't know if the board would approve of that or not, but something to think of. Thank you.
Sure,
That's
great.
all.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much, Ms. Larson. It was really informative. I appreciate all you do. It is not easy doing fundraising. I have done that off and on throughout my career, and it's a hard thing to do, but it's very gratifying when you're able to give out funds, both in terms of scholarships and to support the organizations that you support. We have 7.5 million left in ARPA funds, and we have discussed designating that for the unhoused, homeless, so forth, people in need, preventing people from falling into homelessness or being unhoused. And I could certainly see a justification for providing some of that money to QCF in order for you to be able to, because of your relationship with so many organizations, that you could then distribute the funds to those organizations that are providing supportive services to the unhoused or the homeless who live in Commerce City.
Yes.
And I hope that is something that you would welcome if that comes
Certainly.
to pass.
Certainly, yes. I can speak for the board there.
Okay,
We would relish that opportunity.
All right, and thank you very much. I know the golf tournament will be a big hit too, as it always is.
Yes, we're looking
Appreciate all your
forward
work.
to it. Thank
Tell
you.
everyone thanks.
Thank you, I will.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'll just be quick. I think as you've seen demonstrated by the other council members, we're interested in how we can help, but I think the roughly $100,000 split, I'm interested in seeing like what opportunities were missed there and get a little bit of detail there, and so we can get a clear number of what, how we may extend our commitment next time during budget session. And then just from experience, I think the Brothers Redevelopment is the program where we go paint houses. I've painted houses with Brothers Redevelopment 4 or 5 times, and then they do like siding repairs and things like
Right.
that
Yeah.
based off application. So
Yeah, exactly.
they do work in Commerce City for sure.
They do, yeah. I just couldn't speak to the specific, I don't remember exactly, but yes, exactly. They go and do kind of an overhaul of the, exterior for those homes that are falling into disrepair and are, at risk of either, city or in some cases HOA, sanctions or whatever, not sanctions per se, but violations.
Councilmember Douglas?
Sure.
Yes, I'd like to thank you both for presenting tonight and also tell Mrs. Hallowell that she was missed tonight and that we are thinking of her in her time of need. So make sure that she's aware of that. I can't believe that you went from, what was it, 8,000 to 68,000?
Sure.
And then you went to 72?
Yep.
That is amazing. So you have to be commended for that.
Thank you.
I did want to mention that a lot of these actually that are on the list of recipients of the grants are like Almost Home, that's in Brighton. And Brothers does do work here, especially with the CDBG applications that come in for home repair. Love to see them go from furnaces to heat pumps. But yeah, there are quite a few in here. Also, I was curious about the Stead School because I thought that was part of a for-profit charter school system. I thought that was National Heritage Academies. But you might want to check into that for next time to make sure that that is a nonprofit. But other than that, keep up the good work. I mean, this is fantastic. So thank you so much for all of your dedication and commitment to this.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilman Hurst, just to kind of circle back, as you had mentioned, kind of the disparity there, and you're curious. Speaking very generally, I can say that there is, we strive to award something to most everyone that applies. And so the disparity is not happening in that, we're fully funding 2/3 of applicants and leaving 1/3 in the dust, because we don't feel that that really meets our mission. We really want, everyone to be able to receive some funding for their projects and their aims. So it's more that we're just, when we get in those positions where we have a lot of applicants, then we just have to kind of scale back. So maybe if they ask for 5,000, then they may get 3,000, and they're still thrilled about it. But we're just not able to fully fund all those things, all those projects that may have a really clear demonstrated need. It's just a limit on the financial.
A great follow-up, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for all the work you do for the QCF and for the
Sure.
community.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Pinicello, next up will be the Youth Commission update.
Thank you, Mayor. As they're making their way to the podium, I'm so excited to introduce our youth commissioners that are here tonight to present their annual update. We have Chair Isabella Velasco Zubia and Vice Chair Aaliyah Acevedo.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I am Isabella and Chair of the Commerce City Youth Commission. Currently, we have 15 student commissioners, 3 adult commissioners, and 2 council members on the Youth Commission. We have 5 vacancies, but are always recruiting and looking for new members.
The Youth Commission is made up of adult members and student members between 13 to 19 years old that live in Commerce City. We meet the first and third Thursday of the month at Eagle Point Recreation Center in the Teen Room at 6:30 p.m. Our duties and actions are to advise the City Council on youth matters, participate in community service projects as well as volunteering, advise PRG on future programming and activities, participate in professional development, team bonding activities, and learning Robert's Rules of Order.
At our 2022 annual retreat last August, we created 3 goals for the 2022 to 2023 school year. Goal 1 stated that by June 2023, the Youth Commission will complete 1 youth service project and volunteer at least 2 additional times with different events or organizations within Commerce City. This school year, the Youth Commission volunteered a total of 131.5 hours across 8 different community events, from wrapping presents, from Project Present, to handing out candy at Fall Fest. We have had a great time supporting our community.
Along with those volunteer projects, we also completed a multitude of service projects, such as the Veterans Day Thank You Card Project, in which we wrote veterans thank you cards and gifted them to a local veterans organization, as well as hosted a craft table at the Earth Day event to make reusable grocery bags, and where we colored a multitude of projects with a bunch of little kids.
Our second goal was for the Youth Commission to have at least 1 speaker per month present on different careers or skills. Additionally, the Youth Commission will attend at least 1 youth conference. This year, we heard from a variety of guest speakers. My favorite speaker was Civic Academy, where I learned about federalism through cake.
My favorite speaker was an author who wrote a book and spoke to us about the process. Additionally, the Youth Commission attended 3 different conferences: the Brain Image Summit, the Youth Celebrates Diversity Conference at Cherry Creek High School, and the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C.
As Aaliyah just shared, we went to Washington, D.C. in March to participate in the National League of Cities Conference Youth Track. We also went on a moonlight trolley tour of the monuments and visited 2 different Smithsonian museums. My favorite part of Washington, D.C. was learning about campaigning and how much effort is actually put into it.
My favorite part was looking at all the monuments on the American Mall. Our final goal was that the Youth Commission would participate and communicate regarding meetings and events with each other in the staff liaisons. The Youth Commission has greatly improved their communication and enjoyed getting to know one another at different events, such as the Memorial Day Parade and our holiday celebration. I personally made a lot of new friends and connections this year.
To conclude, beyond our goals, we have had various other accomplishments this school year. We have filled 11 vacancies since May 2022. We updated our bylaws, approved a 2023 budget, hosted an outreach table at the 2022 and 2023 Music in the Park to spread awareness about the Youth Commission, and participated in the 2022 and 2023 Memorial Day Parade.
We would like to thank you for your time, and we would now like to open up for any questions.
Thank you both for being here, being part of the Youth Commissions. Anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, not so much of a question, but more so of a statement. I got to say, between the both of you, who's actually ran the Youth Commission, along with Ms. Penicello as well, I want to thank you guys so much for basically allowing me to be part of the Youth Commission all in all. Additionally, I would say that, your Vice Chair, Aaliyah there, I believe that you had, I know you probably don't want to talk about it much, but at Adams City High School, she was the one person who set up a huge demonstration related to gun violence and had the entire school that was a part of that deal altogether, and how it was outstanding. I was about to throw another word in there, but I need to choose my words wisely. So really appreciate everything both of you have done all throughout these years on the Youth Commission, and thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone who did show up to that.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman, and thank all of you for the beautiful presentation tonight. I've had the pleasure of attending all the meetings as a council liaison along with Councilmember Kim, and I was so glad that he decided to join me after I had been there for a year or longer than that, I guess, as the only council person that was smart enough to sign up for the Youth Commission. Isabella, I'm going to miss you so much. You're going off to school. She's going to college this year, so she's going to be leaving the Youth Commission. But I want to thank you for your time that you've put in and all the effort. And I've known you since you were little, and to see you grow and become the young woman that you've become is just a real blessing. It's a real blessing. So I wish you the best of luck moving on, and I just want to thank you for your time and dedication to the Youth Commission. Aaliyah, yeah, you put that rally together, and you were smart enough to invite the council, so that was great. And I got to accompany you to the Capitol when you were recognized for your good work by both the House and the Senate. We got on the floor, and Representative Michelson Janae, as well as Senator Moreno, both read a tribute in your name. That is a huge accomplishment. So keep up the good work. And I know you're going to be with us next year, actually for 2 more years. And Jenny, wow, you've done a fabulous job. I didn't know that the Youth Commission was going to survive at one time. And now it has flourished under your leadership. So thank you so much for all of the work that you do and making everything fun and making it so that everybody does want to engage in community service. And that speaks highly of who you are. So thank you, everyone. And I look forward to great things in the future. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll keep it short, but just wanted to thank you ladies as well for all the work you're doing in the community and hope you encourage other youths to get involved. And so proud of you ladies. You ladies represent our future in leadership. So just wanted to thank you for what you're doing and continue to work hard and show what you've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Sorry, I forgot to be remiss to say that for those who are listening tonight or those that in the audience that have any kids and all that are under the age of 18, 17, right? 17? 19, sorry, 19. I encourage you to please join the Youth Commission. It's not just sitting around doing nothing. They are making true changes, true policy changes altogether, and really doing their best to help out the community. So if you in the audience or even online have kids, I would highly recommend please join. Check out c3gov.com, boards and commissions, and you'll see it in there. Thank you.
All right, thank you all again for
you
being
so
here.
much.
Thanks for your commitment to the community and for your participation in the Youth Commission. All right, we have a lot of people that are sitting in the audience right now waiting on proclamations and recognitions. So I'd like to see a motion and a second to amend the agenda to move proclamations and recognitions before the executive sessions. No sense in these people having to sit out here while we sit in the back room sweating. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and second to amend the agenda, moving proclamations and recognitions prior to the executive sessions. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's roll into those proclamations and recognitions. First off is Commerce City Employee Appreciation Month. I'll invite Ava Labonte, Director of HR, to introduce the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm very happy to be here for this occasion because our employees, our human capital, are the most important asset in this organization. Their skill, innovation, and dedication to Commerce City shows every day in their outstanding service to our community. Several members of the Department of Human Resources are here to read this proclamation that would declare August to be the Employee Appreciation Month.
Whereas Commerce City desires to build a quality community for a lifetime for growing a community of more than 65,000 residents and 1,700 businesses, and
whereas the city's employees numbering more than 850, including seasonal and variable hour staff, strive to achieve this mission on a daily basis, providing excellent public service and customer experiences by anticipating needs, embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and fostering relationships to sustain a growing and vibrant community. And
whereas city leadership wishes to recognize employees' contributions to the community through quality customer service and demonstrating their values of integrity, collaboration, innovation, respect, and excellence. And
whereas the City Council of the City of Commerce City wishes to recognize and reward employees for their dedication, service, and outstanding achievements.
Now therefore, the City Council hereby proclaims the month of August 2023 as Employee Appreciation Month, thanking the city employees for all of their hard work and dedication to the City of Commerce City on the 17th day of July 2023.
Thank you. Looking for a motion second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. I have a motion and a second approving the proclamation declaring August as Employee Appreciation Month in the City of Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll take a photo with all of you here in a moment. Next up is going to be National Health Center Week. Will the city clerk please read the proclamation?
Whereas for over 50 years, community health centers have provided high-quality, affordable, comprehensive primary and preventative health care in our nation's underserved communities, delivering value to and having a significant impact on America's health care system. And whereas community health centers are a critical element of the health system, serving both rural and urban communities and often providing the only accessible and dependable source of primary care in their communities, nationwide community health centers serve 1 in every 5 residents of rural areas. And whereas every day community health centers develop new approaches to integrating a wide range of services beyond primary care, including oral care, vision, behavioral health, and pharmacy services to meet the needs and challenges of their communities. And whereas community health centers are locally owned and operated small businesses that serve as critical economic engines, helping to power local economies by generating $85 billion in economic activity and more than $37 billion in labor income in some of the country's most economically distressed communities. And whereas the community health center model continues to prove an effective means of overcoming barriers to healthcare access, including geography, income, and insurance status, improving healthcare outcomes, and reducing healthcare system costs. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Benjamin A. Huseman, on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaim August 6th through the 12th, 2023 as National Health Center Week, and encourage all residents to take part in this week by visiting their local health center and celebrating the important partnership between America's health community centers and the communities that they serve.
All right, looking for a motion second to approve the proclamation for National Health Center Week. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second approving the proclamation declaring National Health Center Week in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we're going to move on to the Memorial Day Parade winners. I'll invite Travis Huntington, Communications Manager, forward.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. My name is Travis Huntington. I'm the city's Community Relations Manager. And as you all know, the Commerce City Memorial Day Parade has been one of our most celebrated traditions going all the way back to 1964. Tonight, we're pleased to recognize our award winners from the 57th Annual Memorial Day Parade, which took place back on May 29th. These awards are voted on by a panel of residents and community members This year, that included members of the Commerce City Veterans Commission as well. And one of the awards is chosen by the Grand Marshal, which this year was Mr. George Marshall Eastman, who spent 24 years in the Air Force and earned a Silver Star for valor during his service in the Vietnam War. So to start us off, we're going to go ahead and present the Grand Marshal's Choice Award. And for all of our winners who are present here this evening, when your name is called, if you could please send a representative up to the front to receive your award when we call your entry. And of course, we'll take a photo as well, as the mayor mentioned. And really the most important thing about tonight is to reiterate the appreciation that the city has for all of the entries, the community members, the volunteers, the staff that make the parade what it is. Obviously, the parade is only as good as the people that get behind it, and this community continues to do that year in and year out. So, very exciting event, and again, we appreciate everyone's participation. So once again, we'll start with the Grand Marshal's Choice Award this year, which goes to Take Flight Leadership Aviation, Bessie Coleman, Girls and Boys Pilots. I don't know if they're here, though. All right. They'll get their award later. For the Community Spirit Award, our third place winners this year was Colorado Sing Saba. Our second place winner for Community Spirit was South Adams County Fire District.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
And our first place winner this year for Community Spirit was Adams County School District 14. All right, our most creative category. Our third place winner was Mile High Hook and Ladder, which I don't believe are here tonight, but they are Antique fire trucks. Second place was Mile High Prowlers. And first place was a tie this year, the Ford Model A Club of Colorado and El Jebel Shrine. Wouldn't be the parade without the Shriners, I don't think. Our most patriotic award this year, our third place was also a tie. That was TRIA 39 and the Military Vehicle Collectors of Colorado, who also did transport the Grand Marshal. Our second place winner was Mile High Veterans, who I believe is here. Yeah, there you are. And our first place winner for the most patriotic float in this year's parade, the American Legion Post 206. And finally, our last category is our Best of Parade Award. The third place winner this year was Mile High Veterans. Second place was the Western Airs. And first place for this year's Best of Parade, a Marine Corps League Broomfield Attachment, the Foothills Young Marines. Maybe one last round of applause for all of our award winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson, do we have proclamations?
Nothing framed for tonight, sir, just
Okay, great.
photos.
All right, well, let's get council and all the award recipients on the stage for a photo. And unfortunately, we don't have the proclamations this evening to do photos with them.
We can always do photos with the employees that are here tonight, sir.
All right, that'll work. Let's start with the employees that are here tonight with photo, and then we'll move on to the award winners. Come on, city staff.
Hey, city staff, get up here, come on. Go. Kids said everybody. Let's utilize the steps here as well. Yeah. The steps. You can still stand, man. Still stand. Still stand. Back in there. Back in there. You gotta get closer. Back in there. You go to the back. Come on, man. Let's go. Hey, this is for the team. For the team. Hey, let's give you front row Brandon Simpson. A couple of folks right here next to Brandon. George coming up here, Megan coming up here. Second row steps, can we get Justin? Colton, Eva, let's get some folks, Cheryl. Let's fill in the steps. Let's get close. Still time, hey, this is for the team. This is for you all. All right. Callie? Nope. Jason might be able to get a better angle from me up. That's actually true. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is how you have to have it halfway close. You look at the two fighters. Last one. 1, 2, 3 cheeseburger. Actually, well, can we get one more run? We see the photos, it's just going to be the tops of everything. All right, award winners, let's do this. Award winner. Let's go. Marie to the front. Say lead. Marie to the front.
And I should mention our Take Flight Leadership Aviation, Bessie Coleman, girls and boys, they made it. So round of applause for Bessie Coleman.
All the award winners, let's go. We can't even hear you. Say that one more time. All right, and then we get some. Go ahead and go up on the steps right there, and we can stagger everybody. guys just get a little closer there. Right? Down a little bit there. All right. Everyone right here, big smile. I got mid-jump. I got one mid-jump. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move into our executive sessions, as if it's not hot enough already. Tonight, we have two executive sessions. I'll ask for a motion and a second, or a motion and a vote on each session separately. First, I'm looking for a motion, second, to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses A, and parentheses 4, subparentheses E, and parentheses 4, subparentheses B, for the purpose acquisition, for the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest relating to city property around the Civic Center for the purpose of determining positions relative to a matter that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators regarding a potential land exchange and redevelopment opportunity regarding the same, and for receiving legal advice regarding the implications of a potential land exchange. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess is a question directed to staff. Is this executive session to address the property for the Cronky property?
The executive session is to continue the discussion with respect to the city property in which Cronky has made overtures in wanting to secure before the deadline or the agreed upon dates within the existing agreements.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
All right, I have a motion second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion's going to carry 7-2. Okay, next up, looking for a motion second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E, for the purpose of determining position relative to a matter that may be subject to negotiations concerning incentives for a potential economic development project within the city, and specifically to discuss potential incentive packages for commercial prospects. Mayor Pro Tem?
Excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to clarify, though, on the first motion, I believe it was 3 nays.
Okay, 6-3.
And then I'll make a motion for the,
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst? Second. I have a motion second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E, for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're going to go into room 2308 there and sweat for about an hour. Says for 40 minutes, but it'll probably be about an hour. The broadcast and recording will remain up, and we'll be back after that.
And Councilmember Madera, you should have a Zoom invite link for the executive session room in your inbox now.
Thanks, Dylan.
Mayor Huseman, he was in, but it looks like he just left.
All right. All right, well, we'll go ahead and come back to our evening of, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, we have 8 items on the consent agenda. Which one of my peers would like to remove an item off the consent agenda this evening? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move Resolution 2023-085.
2023-085, great. Any others? Any other council members wish to remove an item off the consent agenda this evening? Seeing none, we'll go with the consent agenda as amended, which is removing Resolution 2023-085, and I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the amended consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the amended consent agenda. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2023-071, a resolution submitting to electors of the City of Commerce City at the regular municipal election to be held November 7th, 2023, the question of whether to allow the backyard keeping of chickens and setting language thereof. Resolution 2023-074, a resolution submitting to the electors of the City of Commerce City at the regular municipal election to be held November 7th, 2023, the question of whether to allow the backyard keeping of ducks and setting the language thereof. Resolution 2023-075, a resolution approving amendments to Section 5.2 of the City of Commerce City employee policies regarding general leave. Resolution 2023-076, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for the November 7th, 2023 coordinated mail ballot election. Resolution 2023-077, a resolution submitting to the electors of the City of Commerce City at the regular municipal election to be held November 7th, 2023, the question of whether to allow the backyard beekeeping and setting the language thereof. Resolution 2023-078, a resolution modifying council policies to replace the use of citizen with public. Resolution 2023-082, a resolution appointing Kristen N. Brown as hearing officer for third-party campaign finance complaints and authorizing increased professional service rates for other appointments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. Oh, actually, do we need to actually have a vote in order to excuse him since he left mid-meeting?
Technically, you could do that, yes. That probably, and if he's not planning on returning, I don't know if anyone,
Is it necessary?
I wouldn't say it's necessary.
All right, we'll just move on. Anybody object to him being excused? Great, we'll just move on from that. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you asked to pull Resolution 2023-085. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. During the board and commission committee interviews, we wanted to reappoint 3 different members that are not on tonight's agenda. And the first one, and we want to recommend that to the mayor and other council members. The first one is for Jenny Loveridge for reappointment as a regular member to the Senior Commission. We'd like to also add Carol Harville for a reappointment as a regular member to the Senior Commission. And last, we would like to also recommend and add Delilah Collins as a regular reappointment member to the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee. Thank you, and that was our recommendations. We just wanted those to be added. Thank you.
So given that, I'm expecting that you're making a motion to amend Resolution 2023-085 to include those 3 appointments.
Yes, sir.
I have a motion to amend Resolution 2023-085 to include the appointment of the 3 individuals mentioned by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend Resolution 2023-085 for the inclusion of those 3 appointments. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for a discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion second to approve Resolution 2023-085 as amended. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-085 as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-085, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of the City of Commerce City as amended.
Have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-085 as amended. The title has been read. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's going to carry unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. All right, we're going to move into our public hearings for the evening. Our first public hearing is the Community Development Block Grant Program on the 2023 Annual Action Plan. Going to have a public hearing for this, so I'll remind council of the following. Only ask questions and gather facts, but do not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You should rely only on facts developed in this public hearing and in the record. This time, I'm going to open the public hearing. And I'm going to invite George Lewis, CDBG Coordinator, to present to the council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is George Lewis, and I'm the CDBG Coordinator. Today, I'll be presenting the 2023 Annual Action Plan. Since 2016, the City of Commerce City has received CDBG funding from HUD in support of the development of urban communities and low to moderate income areas. Through subrecipients and internal agencies, we provide support to low to moderate income areas of the City of Commerce City. The CDBG grant is administered through the Consolidated Plan, which is approved by Council every 5 years. The Plan guides the determination of the activities and organizations we will be funding. The grant is dispersed online through the HUD Integrated System, IDIS. Within the Plan, the Annual Action Plan must be submitted to HUD every year during the 5-year cycle. The Annual Action Plan details specific plan use of funds for the recipients and different program requirements. Through the CDBG grant, we can assist the community in many ways, including public improvements, facilities, services, and the rehab of residential and non-residential buildings. The key factor of the program is the beneficiary must be a LMI, low to moderate income, individual or household. For 2023, we are anticipating a funded amount of $383,627 for the 2023 program year. These funds will be divided and dispersed per HUD guidelines. Listed above are the needs and goals approved by the council in the Plan back in 2021. Per HUD regulations, each category is capped at a percentage. Admin at 20%, housing programs may receive up to 45%, public services may only receive up to 15%, and public facilities may only receive 20% of the funding as well. That gives us the allotted amount on the screen. The public comment period started on June 16, 2023, and it will run to today, July 17, 2023. Comments have been sent to our address listed below or my email listed as well. The Annual Action Plan is available to view in office and also on our website. The next steps. This will be including submitting the Annual Action Plan to HUD no later than August 16, 2023. The 2023 program year starts October 1st, 2023, and will run till September 30th, 2024. At this point, I will now open up the floor for any questions.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that presentation, the information on our Community Development Block Grant Program for the 2023 year. Councilmember Noel?
Thank you for the presentation. How many public comments did you receive during the 1-month period?
As of right now, I have none. I'm sorry.
And how was the public comment period advertised?
We have it listed on the website as well as this put in a Spanish article as well as the English article. We have it published once, probably about 30 days prior. So once it goes on the website, it's actually then published on each news article.
And where were those news articles published?
If I'm not mistaken, they're the La Prensa or the La Prensa and the Sentinel.
Okay, so they were regular articles 3 days ago, you said?
30 days prior
30
to.
days ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do we get the same amount of money every year? And what affects the amount of money that we receive?
Unfortunately, we do not get the same amount of money every year, and it's basically judged out through HUD. They have a system in which they would actually go in and they calculate how much we were able to be funded. Last year, we did receive a little bit extra towards the end of the year. That has been happening in the last couple years, but unfortunately, this year we have received less. I hopefully am anticipating that next year we will receive more, but as of right now, for some reason, we did receive less. It wasn't just Commerce City or the city of Commerce City. Across the board, everyone did receive less. I am assuming that they may actually come back out with an allotment additionally, probably around 10 to 15,000 more per each city. But at the moment, we did receive probably about 50,000 less than last year.
And do they have requirements about spending the money that CBDG receives?
Yes, ma'am. We have 8 years to spend the funds that we receive.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Can you tell me what the average allocation is per request? Is it usually for furnace replacement and it's $10,000, or is there
Oh, are you asking about the minor home repair program?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the minor home repair program, basically what happens is the resident would fill out an application. Per on the application, there is a section per home information. What they would do is then list out exactly what is needed for home repair. I actually went out and delivered an application to a resident today to her home, and what she needed is she actually was able to show me. I observed that she has a fence that needs to be reposted. She has some guardrails that need to be added to her front stairs, so it'll be safer for her and her husband as well. And she needs some exterior painting so that the HOA can kind of be a little bit more of a relief for her.
So would they do something like if somebody has a bathtub and they cannot get into the bathtub any longer, so having it converted to a shower with a seat in it would be?
More ADA accessible, that is qualified.
Okay, so something like that would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, okay.
But we try to focus on mainly the repairs of the home, but making things more ADA accessible is a scope of work that we do.
Okay.
Yes,
Would
ma'am.
that include something like a ramp that needed to be
Yes.
put in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Are there any other questions? All right. Doesn't look like we have any more questions for Mr. Lewis. I see that we had no virtual speakers signed up. There are no in-person speakers and no written comments were received. So at this time, I will close the public hearing. And I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2023-050. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2023-050. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk kindly read the title?
Resolution 2023-050, a resolution for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program approving the 2023 Annual Action Plan.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2023-050. The title has been read. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to our second public hearing of the evening. It's for Resolution 2023-083 and 084 for Reunion Ridge, filing number 2 and 3. These, as I said, are consolidated public hearing on Reunion Ridge filings number 2 and 3. I'd like to remind council of the following. Only ask questions and gather facts, but do not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You should rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time, I would like to invite Ms. Geiger to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. This time, I'm going to open the consolidated public hearing, and I will invite Michael Rosso, City Planner, to present.
Good evening. So tonight we're presenting Reunion Ridge filings 2 and filing 3. Oh. It's not letting me click. All right, so we are presenting these together as these two final plats are directly adjacent to each other and are both part of the same overall neighborhood. So the request is to create 251 cluster lots for residential development. There are 10 tracks for open space utilities and drainage. Staff has not received any public comment on these cases, and there are 2 concurrent PUD development permits which are currently under review. So this is the vicinity map showing the surrounding zoning as it's part of Reunion PUD. And this is an aerial. Most of this area has not been developed yet. So here we have the future land use plan. Just a note, the school site that's shown on this plan has been relocated as part of the most recent Reunion amendment to the PUD. So as far as comprehensive plan consistency, comprehensive plan designates this area as residential medium. This allows a wide range of residential types and is appropriate near commercial and activity centers at a density of 4 to 8 units per acre. This proposed subdivision is located near a community commercial center, which is at the intersection of East 104th and Highway 2, and has a density of approximately 7.5 units per acre, so it does meet that criteria. The citywide policy HN 2.1 strives to encourage neighborhoods with a mix of housing types. These plats propose cluster lots in contrast to the predominant detached single-family housing in surrounding subdivisions, thus providing a mix of housing types in the area. And citywide policy HN 4.3 strives to assure efficient internal transit circulation by minimizing cul-de-sacs and linking roadways and adjacent development tracks. So these plats do not include any cul-de-sacs, and they also provide 3 connections to adjacent properties. So this is a view from the corner of Peoria Parkway and future Reunion Ridge Way facing southeast. As far as road network impacts, the access will be via 2 connections to future roadway Reunion Ridge Way. There are several internal public roadways proposed, including 2 connections to the south and 1 to the west. And according to the city's transportation master plan, the site is not adjacent to any currently congested corridors or intersections. All the proposed lots meet the Reunion PUD standards. The proposed final plats have been reviewed by all DRT agencies and with no outstanding issues. Staff believes there is sufficient evidence to demonstrate that all final plat approval criteria can be met. And those criteria at the end of the presentation, should you wish to go over any of them in detail. So the final plats are also consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the final plats would allow this site to develop residentially, which is the only use allowed per the Reunion PUD. As far as Planning Commission summary, so these cases went to Planning Commission on June 6th with no public comment. Planning Commission voted 4-1 to recommend approval of filing 2 and 5-0 to recommend approval of filing number 3. So these are your potential outcomes tonight. Approval, which is recommended outcome, approval of conditions, denial, or continuance. I'm available to answer any questions. The applicant is also here and present to provide more information and a presentation.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Can you please tell us where the school site went? I haven't seen the new layout.
Sorry, what was that?
Where the school site went? I haven't seen the new layout.
The school site, as a part of the Fifth Amendment to the Reunion PUD in 2019, the school site moved further to the east.
Okay, so it's generally the same location, it's just moved to allow for a different layout of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
It was, yes, it was moved further to the east in coordination with the school district and others, so it would be before you, likely in a future, with future plating on that east side of Reunion Ridge Parkway.
I recall it now, it was 2019, so I thought there was another move since then, thank you.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
Councilmember Kim?
Thanks for the presentation. Just a few questions. So piggybacking off of Councilmember Hurst here, as far as the school, what school was that moved? And where did it exactly move to?
It's a school site that was designated in the comprehensive plan and coordinated through the Brighton 27J School District. As a part of the PUD amendment in 2019, it moved to the east. Oops. As a part of that PUD, that change wasn't reflected on the comprehensive plan. That's why we just wanted to clarify why it looked like there was a school site there. But there's actually not a school site there anymore as part of the PUD.
So just part of my ignorance on this, and I guess with regards to what you presented tonight, that shows that little plan with the little school on there, that's not there anymore, correct?
It's further to the east now.
So with
That's
that
correct.
said, is there plans to build more homes in this area too?
I'm sorry?
Is there plans to build more home, where the school was supposed to go at? We're supposed to be, right? That little school that was supposed to be there originally. Do you know if there was a, now that it's not in the way anymore, did they reintroduce a new plan that showed more housing development in that area?
Yes, sir. The Fifth Amendment to the PUD.
The Fifth Amendment?
moved this site over here.
Okay.
And so the area that was previously shown on the comp plan for residential is now shown for a school site as part of the PUD, and that area no longer has a school site as part of the PUD.
So you know about approximately how many more houses were put on that little lot then? If the school's no longer
The school
there?
site would be the same size, so there's no essential change. Just the location is the only thing that moved.
That's still part of the filing 2 and 3? Is that,
It would be, the school site is now a part of what would be a future filing. There were no filings at that time. It was just part of the PUD zone document itself. Does that?
no, it doesn't. I
Okay.
guess I'm just trying to figure out if this is what's being presented now, that shows that there was supposed to be a school there, but there was an amendment to it that showed that school no longer exists because now it moved somewhere else. Now you've got a piece of property that's vacant, right? So with that said, that means what additional, whatever it was, what's being put in place of where that school is supposed to be?
So it was an exact like for like. It's just a movement. So
Uh-huh.
there's no net change in the amount of residential proposed.
Okay, I'll move on. And the other thing too I had questions on was regarding the streets. Approximately, what is the city, what is council, not council, what is the city's policy as far as what the minimum width of the street is supposed to be? As far as from sidewalk, and not sidewalk, but basically for the road essentially for vehicles to go up and down in?
So
From the median to median essentially.
Sure. So all of the roadway classification standards are a part of our Public Works Transportation Master Plan. There's no deviation from those standards. They're set for local collector arterials.
Got it, but do you know the numerical number as far as what is that minimum width that's supposed to be? That's what I'm looking for.
For which street in particular?
For all of these streets that are planning to be there with the homes, I guess. That's what I'm trying to make sure. I want to make sure that the city's policy or city's ruling essentially is basically says that, you know, hey, this actually meets the minimum width from median to median, so you can fit 2 cars going down, or you can have an RV, 18-wheeler, whatever the case may be. I don't know exactly what that is. That's what I'm asking for. Mr. Poe, looks like you might have something.
Yeah, the width depends on the roadway. If it's a divided roadway in one direction, it's typically 24 feet. In each direction, it allows for 2 lanes. On a residential street, they vary from 27 feet to 31 feet.
And are we saying that it's actually met?
Yes.
This specific filing has been met, right?
Yes.
Mr. Poe, I got a question for you while you're up here, just out of curiosity. How long have you been doing this?
29 years.
29 years. And then also, in those 29 years, do you have certifications as well?
Yes.
To say you're an expert in this field?
Well, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Colorado.
So my question is, I think you and I talked before, I think compaction testing, right? So compaction testing, I don't think currently is actually a requirement, right, within our city policy. Can you, for the rest of the council, can you define what exactly compaction testing means?
Well, typically in the right-of-way where the roadway is being constructed, we do have compaction standards that it's termed 95% of the standard Proctor density of that soil type. So they take a sample of the soil, they'll take it to the lab, determine what that is, and they have to match that in the field up to 95%. And we require the testing of the trenches that are installed for the water and sewer lines, as well as the compaction of the roadway base. And then finally, we'll actually do a proof roll with a loaded water truck or a loaded truck along the roadway to make sure that it is compacted before we allow the pavement.
And based on your experience too, as far as in those 29 years and with regards to compaction testing or compaction that occurs, how often after a compaction actually a test has been done, do you see houses typically fail?
Well, the city doesn't.
Fail?
Well, the city doesn't require the actual compaction of the lots themselves. I was referring to everything in the city's right-of-way.
So just out of curiosity, out of your professional opinion, do you think, because I'm assuming, let me back up here to Ms. Jones and to, I'm sorry, Mr. Name. Was a compaction test actually ever done on this property? I mean, on this lot? I know it's not required, but I just wonder.
Yeah, depending on the amount of the earth that they have to move to be able to make the lots drain, and because it's basically cut and fill, you'll remove stuff from the hills and put them in the lower areas to sort of get it to drain properly. Depending on the amount, typically they will provide compaction testing just to make sure that hold the contractor accountable. We don't see those; they don't report those to us. But under normal circumstances, typically that's done. And the developer may be able to speak to that.
And Councilmember Kim, and just for the record, so I understand, and to explain with respect to the public hearing for the particular filings at issue, the criteria is in section 21-3241. So to the extent the questions relate, if you could let the record know specifically what criteria the questions relate to. I'm just not clear as to the connection between compaction studies and the particular hearing.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Geiger. I appreciate that. I guess I'm just more so just out of curiosity on my own mind as far as figuring out exactly, I just curious as to what your professional opinion would be as far as, do you believe a compaction testing should have been done on that land? But no need to answer that. I'll just move on from there. The other question I have, I guess, for staff is regarding the Planning Commission concerns. What concerns or questions was asked during that, if I may ask that? Or what concerns that they had? Obviously, I saw there was a no vote on there on one, and just curious if what questions were they, and along with what concerns that did they have, or and that was addressed them that you'd be able to provide here.
I actually don't remember there being a concern specific to the no vote. I don't know if Jennifer remembers differently, but
It was unclear at the time why there was a no vote or if that was intentional or not. Again, the second plat had a 5-0 vote recommending approval.
Right, second one did, but not the first one. First one shows a 4-1. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is what that no vote was, but I can always go back on YouTube and find out myself. Thank you. That's all I've got, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Noble.
So we're looking at the final plat. There've been previous votes. There was a recognition of a vote in February of 2019. I'm curious, when a developer or a developer's representative represents something that they will do, and then they don't perform on that, they're making a commitment to the city council when they're making their vote. Does sort of reneging on that promise affect the plat in any fashion?
Ma'am, just to clarify, the 2019 was a PUD amendment. The reunion PUD hasn't been amended a number of times. That was the fifth amendment from the original PUD right back in 2000 or so. So that PUD amendment, it did a variety of things, but it did not do any platting, right? So it clarified some allowable uses and some planning areas and things like that, but there would have been, the plat before you tonight is in compliance with the applicable zone document.
I'm looking at criteria G, adequate and sufficient public safety. We just changed our building safety regarding sprinklers and siding on properties. These 251 lots are going to be clustered. Are they going to be on that cul-de-sac cluster effect?
Yeah.
It's a shared driveway.
Shared driveway?
Design.
All right, which of you am I speaking to?
I'm sorry, both of us, we're just trying to be as helpful as possible.
Okay. I am concerned about safety issues in getting people in and out of these neighborhoods because they represent the kind of materials and also lack of sprinkler systems that we were concerned about. So I want to start with that I am concerned about sufficient public safety. I am concerned about transportation for the number of people who are going to be in this area. There is no school. There is a place for a school, but there is no school. There is no money in the bonds to build this school. So these kids who will live in this area are going to have to find a way to get either across 104th or they're going to be going all the way down to Second Creek School. Is that correct? Will there be a school for these children in the next 5 years?
We do not have a timeline for the school in this general neighborhood to be built. That would be determined by the school district. The school district did review these proposals. They are satisfied with the cash in lieu that they would be receiving in addition to, and then there is a future school site, again, further to the east, yes.
I appreciate the school's position or the district's position. I'm speaking on behalf of residents in the area. What about recreational facilities and parks for all of these residents in this area? As far as I know, they have been, they're being told to go to Reunion. What kind of recreational facilities will be available in Reunion Ridge for these 251 homes?
So the plats meet the private park requirements, so there are private parks planned, as well as parks fees as well. There was not a public park requested in this area. And then I am certain as part of the applicant's presentation, they would be able to talk more specifically about the exact amenities.
Okay, so I'll ask them about the recreational facilities. And under G also, it says schools are available to serve the subject property. So we'll go back to that again. Which schools will these homes go to?
I will pull that letter up. I believe it was included as part of the packet. I will pull it up and have that answer in just a moment.
All righty, great.
If we could give that just a moment to finish downloading, we could certainly answer another question in the meantime. My apologies, that download is being just a little bit difficult. Is there a second question we could answer while that pulls up?
What about parking? How are we handling parking in this particular cluster lot? Cluster arrangement, will there be visitor parking as well?
The applicant actually has a pretty well-done slide on the parking situation, so I would say that that question might be better
All right.
served.
Okay, then I'll save that for the applicant.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But there is sufficient parking, though.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Hisman. How much space will there be between homes? Are these attached?
They are not attached. They will meet the minimum setback requirements. I'd have to take a look at specifically the distance between homes.
Okay.
Is that your only question, Councilmember Douglas? We're still waiting
No,
on an answer?
I had one more,
Oh, okay.
actually.
Are you waiting on an answer?
Yeah,
may
well, he
answer
said he
this-
didn't have it, so I don't know.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. So I guess we're waiting for the other answer about how much space in between homes. If these were to be permitted right away, I know we have a 6 months leeway for the building codes to go into effect. So would these be vinyl, and would they be required to have sprinkler systems? Or how would that work?
So if the plats were approved by you all tonight, we would get copies of the Mylars. Those would need to be signed and recorded. Then we would be able to move forward with approving the PUD development permits. And after that, the builders would have to get master models approved and then apply through the building permit process.
And how
So
much time do you expect that to take?
Probably at least a couple of months to go through that
Okay,
process.
so they would probably get in time to be able to build these with vinyl and no sprinkler systems.
I couldn't guess exactly how long it would, I don't know what their timeline is in terms of how quickly they're looking to build these. But that would, all of those steps would
There's a
have to happen.
possibility, though, that that could happen.
Perhaps I don't know when exactly that goes into effect. It would probably take, again, a number, 90 days or so at least to go through that process, if not more.
Okay.
Councilmember Douglas, to
Yes.
try to address your question,
Yeah, thank you.
the sprinklers go into effect November 1. And so any building permit that's pulled after that date would have to adhere to the new building code that y'all adopted.
And do you anticipate permits being pulled for this?
I don't see any way that they could, because they'll have to have infrastructure in place. They, as Jennifer said, they have to get the rest of the process done. They have to do road construction, utilities, and that will surely take them longer than November 1.
All right.
If there are any, it will be a very small number, but I would not anticipate any, with it being almost August now.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming to the podium to answer that. And do you know the space in between properties?
I'm
Or,
still looking
the
at
actual
the
houses?
setback requirement. I believe it was 5 feet, so it would be 10 total
At least, as a minimum.
Okay.
as a minimum, yes.
All right.
And it would vary depending on the size of the lot as well.
Thank
These are all different size lots, so.
Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you. Do you have the answer to my question now, Ms. Jones?
Yes, ma'am. The students in this neighborhood would attend Second Creek Elementary, Stewart Middle School, and Prairie View High School. I apologize for taking a minute to pull that up.
All right, thank you. And I will refer back to the minutes of the February 4th, 2019 meeting because it is in our packet. Kelly Lead, Vice President, and Layla Rosales, designer, representing applicant Oakwood Homes, made a presentation to council to clarify the developer's vision for the future use of the requested area and provided concept images of the homes, parks, and structures. Councilmember Davis requested to know how successful the American Dream Home products were selling and if the proposed field house and sports facilities would negatively impact the city's recreation centers. Mr. Leeds stated the homes had sold out and that the sports facilities are geared to hosting national competition for sports leagues. Thank you. That is correct. That is, those are approved minutes. Is that correct, from February 4th, 2019, and they are in our packet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? I have a few questions I'd like to ask. If I could be so kind as to get our resident professional engineer to come back up to the podium. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. And by the way, congratulations on that accreditation. I know that's not easy to obtain.
Thank you.
Reading the development agreement, I see that roads and everything that is going to be accepted has a 24-month warranty period. One of the biggest things I notice is I, one, ride a bicycle through these neighborhoods, and two, drive a vehicle with very hard tires on them, is the amount of traverse cracks that adjoin our streets. And you can almost time your speed by how often you hit one of those cracks.
About
and
every
thump,
40
thump.
feet typically.
Yeah. How, in your professional expertise in 29 years, how often do those, or how long does it normally take for those cracks to appear in a roadway?
It depends on the soil conditions. There's a lot of factors that go into that. The subdivisions that we have, those traverse cracking, we have changed our standard to not allow paving over just the compacted subgrade. We now require the subgrade be stabilized in some manner, whether it be cement or bringing in flex base or material that compacts better, that will minimize the amount of those vertical, those cracks. But it just depends on the conditions and how fast, once a crack develops, that we can get on it and maintain it with our crack seal program.
And the problem with crack seal is it doesn't really negate the crack anymore. It seals it, and you don't get an expansion of the crack, but you still have that telltale thump every time you go over that. So that reactionary measure has me a little concerned that if that's what we continually rely on, we can go out and seal it every year, but that's not going to prevent it from actually, one, developing. So I guess my question, in your professional opinion, is a 2-year warranty period enough for us to evaluate whether or not those cracks are actually going to appear, or should that warranty period be longer based on the challenging soil conditions in Colorado, the compaction issues and everything else, and the propensity that we have for these cracks in our communities?
Correct. Well, anytime you have a longer warranty period, you have a little bit more, you've got time for those to develop if they are. But typically, if they are going to develop, you'll see it within the first 2 years.
So if we're going to see it within the first 2 years and we only have a 2-year warranty period, that's kind of cutting it close.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your knowledge and your expertise. My next question, the school site that's been the subject of discussion, what kind of school is that?
It's an elementary school.
It is an elementary school. Great. And has the land for that elementary school already been deeded over to the city and or the school district?
It has not at this time. It has not been part of a plat at this time.
Mr. Rogers, we have a piece of property that I believe we discussed at length last meeting which thank you for taking care of those unsightly weeds on it. I did drive by that today, and it does look much better. So thank you, Mr. Poe, for getting on that, and Mr. Rogers for making sure that your fine interim Public Works Director did a great job on that. How long did it take in order to get that property deeded over to the city so that the school district could begin actual design of the proposed high school site?
Approximately 12 to 14 months.
12 to 14 months. And were there any negative repercussions of the fact that it took that long in planning or in strategic allocations being done by our partner agency, the 27J School District, because it took so long to get that there?
I don't have firsthand knowledge to that, sir, about special allocations or other deferrals of certain actions. Not aware of that, sir.
Okay, thanks, sir. So is these homes, as part of filing 2 and 3, is the dedication of the school site necessary based on our land development code?
No, sir, they could either dedicate land if there was land that the school district requested in a particular area, or pay cash in lieu, and in this particular instance, they would be paying cash in lieu as that site had already been moved to a location to the east.
Can you expand upon that? Because I'm not understanding, because the site has already been moved to the east. Does that mean that the land is actually not part of this filing, but maybe part of a filing that was previously approved?
It would be a part of a future filing, so meaning that the school site location is not in the same area as either filing 2 or filing 3, which are before you tonight, but would likely be a part of subsequent filings to come in following these filings.
Okay, so you mentioned that a cash in lieu of payment is being made. What is the value of that cash in lieu of payment?
Oh, Mike, do you know off the top of your head? I believe it is in the packet, but I can pull it up.
I apologize, I did not see that. That's why I asked.
Okay.
If anybody else on council did see it in their review of the packet, feel free to chime in and let me know.
I, of course, can't open it at this moment, but we can get you that number shortly.
Okay, so let me follow up with that question. Has that payment been made? Is that money sitting in escrow ready to be dispersed to the school district at this time?
Those fees are collected at time of building permit.
Very good, thank you. Okay, I think that's all the questions that I have for our staff at this time. Does anybody on council have any additional questions for staff before I invite the applicant forward? Looks like Councilmember Kim, you have some follow-up questions?
Yes, Mayor, just one quick question. I think Mr. Tolber had mentioned, but I just want to confirm this. With regards to the new codes that we have that's going to be effective November 1st, the understanding is that the reunion filings 2 and 3 or any other developers coming through now, they will have to follow that new code, correct? Like they should be building up to that new standard.
The actual homes that get built, yes. That code does not govern the construction of the subdivision itself. It governs the construction of the homes.
Homes, right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. For the staff then, do we know if with what's being presented tonight, do we know what changes actually have to be made to basically meet the new criteria, meet the new code requirements?
They have not submitted any plans for the buildings themselves. And so we won't know that until we see the plans. And then they'll know that whoever's designing those we'll know that what the code is that they have to meet, and we'll review it for those standards.
Okay. That's the only question I had. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. So I also had a question on the payment, the fee in lieu. Where does that go? I know you don't know the amount right now, but does that go into that foundation that the developer has set up, or does
So-
it go to?
Just to clarify, I did pull up the comments from the school district. The school district commented that the land dedication requirement has already been satisfied, and so there is not a cash in lieu, but the applicant will correct me if I'm wrong, but I am almost certain that they are contributing to the Capital Facility Fee Foundation as a way to help mitigate any impact.
And who controls that foundation?
I believe that is a school district.
I'm the president of the board.
Oh, okay, all right,
Apologies.
thank you. That answers my question, thank you.
All right, any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'd like to invite the applicant forward to give your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is, I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Randy Bauer. I'm the Senior Vice President of Land for Oakwood Homes here in the Denver market. And normally Jim Hayes would be giving this presentation, but unfortunately he has, his career path has taken him elsewhere, and so he won't be giving it tonight. We do appreciate all of his contributions that he made at Oakwood, especially here in Commerce City, and we wish him well on his next endeavor. With me here tonight, we have Jeff Mark from Terracina. He's a principal and lead planner. We have Michelle Berger from Spencer Fane. She's our land use counsel. And we have Eli from JR Engineering, who handles most of our traffic and drainage related issues. And they're all here to answer any questions you might have. Before I turn it over to Jeff for the balance of the presentation, I did want to take this time to thank staff for all of their support and guidance and recommendation to get us to this point today. And I also wanted to thank the Planning Commission for their recommendation for approval as well. And that happened a couple weeks ago. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff for the balance of our presentation.
All right. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. As Randy mentioned, my name is Jeff Mark. I'm a principal at Terracina Design. We are the community planners for this neighborhood and the landscape architects. As Randy mentioned, I also want to thank staff for all their help. We have been working through the design of this neighborhood for over 4 years now. There's been a lot of hard work on both ends and a lot of effort that's went into this to bring what is in front of you tonight. Also want to mention that we do agree with staff's findings and the Planning Commission's determination. Let's see. If you want to go to the next slide, or let's see, this one should work. There we go, okay. This slide that we have up in front of you, what I wanted to do is really present the illustrative site plan. I know that you don't get to see the PUD permits, you only see the plats, and especially with this cluster development, it's sometimes very hard to conceptualize what's going on. You see some lot lines, you see some easements, and so wanted to show this to you in color so it's really easier to highlight where the homes are located at, the different colors or different types of homes, the park, detention, you can see the roads, shared driveways. So at least for me, I know this always really helps kind of for everybody to see where even yards and those type of items are. Something I wanted to point out, as I mentioned, we've been working on this for a lot of years. These two filings, this neighborhood was contemplated as part of filing 1. And we worked with Turnberry, who is over to the west for over 4 years now again, in coming up with a design that was cohesive between the two. There's items such as the detention that you see up to the north that we share with them, and we work together to try to make something that works together for both of us. Connections, for example, on 100th Place down there, making sure that we had connections between the two with local roads. and even in spots of where different homes were in product. For example, you see where their road gets close to ours, we have a landscape buffer in there and a tract. Anything we could do to make sure that we were both working together. So with this, as we plan a master plan community neighborhood, we really try to break it down to some building blocks, such as parks, pedestrian connectivity, road connectivity, safety, home types, surrounding uses, schools, and other infrastructure such as stormwater and utilities. This one that you have in front of you, this first slide, is really where we started looking at the park location. These are the pocket parks that are located within Reunion Ridge Filing 1 and Turnberry. So as we start to locate these parks, we usually try to make sure that we have no more than a quarter mile between these parks. It's really a good planning principle to make sure that everybody can be able to walk to a park. And so these circles that you see are the quarter mile circles. So as we laid out Turnberry and we're working through Filing 1, this is just to give you an idea of how we end up locating that location and it's in Filing 2 of where we located that pocket park. Wanted to also point out, so you see these slides on the right-hand side. These were taken about a month and a half ago. These are the parks that are just about complete within Reunion Ridge Filing 1. So the next building block that we have is really looking at, again, open space and connectivity, especially pedestrian connectivity. So with this plan, we're providing approximately 8.7 acres of open space. We have a 0.9 acre, what we'll call a formal pocket park within it. And we're also paying approximately $274,000 in fees to the Parks Department. So I know there was some discussion about some of the fees. That is something that we do pay at the time of, we do pay a cash in lieu on this at the time of building permit. Going back to the pedestrian connectivity, when we looked at master planned Reunion Ridge as a whole, we really felt that it was important to have a community trail that was going to go through the neighborhood. So what you see in orange here, I know this is kind of enlargement, so it doesn't show the full scale of it, but this was a community trail that's going to connect up to Revere Street and 104th, where the park and ride is. We'll also connect in then with Turnberry. Comes along the north side of Reunion Ridge Way here, ultimately connect to the future school site, and then traverse on a way down that will go to connect down to 96th Avenue. When we're laying these out within the community, we try to make sure we minimize the street crossings as much as possible when we look at these larger community trails for obviously safety of the residents. And then within the neighborhood itself, you can see these yellow lines. Most of these are sidewalks with the exception of a few. For example, the one that goes to what's labeled as future development to the east. That is a connection as development happens to the east to make sure that there's connectivity through there. And then also some of these that you see going down to the surrounding properties. So that way we can make sure that pedestrians are able to not only connect within our neighborhood, but also connect to future neighborhoods around us. Our next kind of building block within here is automobile circulation and connectivity. So when we did start, when the original PUD that was amended, as was mentioned in 2019, it had what was a 100th way kind of going across the property. It turned to the north and it connected into Tucson Street, which is the kind of gray connection that you see between these two traffic signals that are shown up here, which is just a right-in, right-out intersection. When we first started looking at this, we thought, you know what, we worked with Public Works, we're like, we can do better than this. We could figure out better ways to connect Reunion Ridge and Turnberry for both parties. That's gonna help out a lot. So really, a big part of that PUD amendment was changing some of the circulation within here that started to represent then Reunion Ridge Way, Vaughn Way, Peoria Parkway, and Revere Street that's shown here in orange. These are the collector streets within here. And again, you can see that Revere Street, there's the signal there that, as I think most of you know, is very new, along with also the signal that's at Vaughn Way, which is also recently constructed. Both of these intersections were fully constructed with their signals right off the bat, knowing that there was going to be this future development that you're seeing here up on the screen. All of that was anticipated. That was a reason for those going in. The yellow roads that you see in here, those are the local streets. Mr. Kim, to go to your question, those are 54-foot right-of-ways. That's what the town standard is, and that's what's shown in here. So those ones that you see in yellow are those 54-foot right-of-ways. And again, we have these connections to Reunion Ridge Way, multiple connections, the 3. We usually try to do this on these collectors as much as possible, creating multiple paths, ways to go to disperse traffic within the neighborhood. And then that connection I was talking about earlier, you see going over through the Turnberry property, and you can even get over to Peoria Parkway going through there. So again, trying to find multiple ways to disperse traffic and multiple routes that you could take, and going to full signalized intersections up on 104th. So this next slide, again, going back to my kind of building blocks, is I always feel it's very important to have a diversity of housing types. So I know, although everything that you've seen, and it's called cluster, you know, we may look at it, these are all cluster, there's actually 3 different types of cluster homes within this neighborhood. The first one that's highlighted in red here, it's on the perimeter, is Carriage House, which I think you're most familiar with in Reunion. That's what you see. I think that's what's mostly been referenced. Of those, we have 113 homes. We have those range usually in 1,200 square feet to 2,300 square feet, 2 to 4 bedrooms. They each have a 2-car garage. And currently, there are 7 floor plans for these. The next product that we are proposing in here is the American Dream. This really lives on the site and functions very different than the Carriage House. Again, although it's called a quote-unquote cluster home, it functions a lot more similarly, I would say, to an alley home, in that the garage is in the back, come in the back door, and the front door is on the opposite side of the home. So all of the homes then actually front onto a green space, or they front onto the street. So it's different than what you've standardly seen with the carriage homes. There is 103 of these. They range in square footage from 1,000 to 1,700, 2 to 4 bedrooms. Again, these also all have a 2-car garage, and this also has, currently there are 7 floor plans. And in the middle here is what's called Porch Light. It lives as a motor court, similar to the Carriage House. One of the primary differences with it is that it is a larger home. We have 35 of these shown, ranging from square footage from 1,325 to 2,000 square feet, 2 to 4 bedrooms. I know it's missing on here. These also have a 2-car garage. So every one of these has a 2-car garage. And there's currently 6 floor plans of these offered. I know the question of parking came up, and so here's our parking diagram. So again, as I mentioned, each one of these does have a 2-car garage. Per the code, we're required to have 2 parking spaces on the lot for each home. That garage alone accounts for that requirement, but we have went above and beyond that. And so that's what this is demonstrating on here. So again, the red dots are the garages. The green kind of triangles on here are the off-street, we'll say guest parking spaces. So in instances where we have what we usually refer to as a 6-pack, there's kind of on the eastern side over there, you can see where there's 6 homes accessed off of a single motor court. If we have that scenario, we end up having longer driveways and allow 2 parking spaces in each one of those driveways. They are long enough to make sure that they do not impede the neighbors' access to their home. The American Dream product, which is shown in the middle here, each one of those has a parking space in between each one of the homes. That's a separate guest space. And then what's shown in blue on here is the additional just on-street parking. Now, you'll see some gaps in here. We're making sure within this, we're making that, you know, you can't park in front of hydrants, there's sight lines, there's all those items we're making sure are not included. And so with that, we have this table up here that shows that we have, again, the 502 for the garage. We have 81 spaces that are in those extra driveways or between the homes, and then approximately 215 that are on-street parking spaces. Next one here, so again, I know there were a lot of questions here about the school site. What you see here in purple in the center of the site is where, again, when we went through that PUD amendment, we worked with 27J and along with other entities and determined that this was going to be the best school park site for the area. I know you could see where there's that 9F1 labeled up there. That's kind of where that previous school site was shown, is shown in the comp plan. Part of that school site is actually shown on the oil. So there's an oil company that owns a property to the south of us here, this vacant land. That school site was actually fairly significantly kind of on their property too. It straddled different property lines. And so with this, we looked at it and determined really this is going to be the best site right here in the center of Reunion Ridge. This was, it is part of the PUD. It's called out. We have to do a 30-acre school park site per the PUD. So I think the question of was anything gained or lost? No, this really what it was is that 30-acre requirement that we have just shifted over. And so we still have that same requirement. As was mentioned by staff, Oakwood has now joined the 27J CFFF Foundation, which it will approximately come out to about $390,000 for this for these two filings. That is contributed at time of building permit. Oakwood is still participating in the Reunion Community Foundation, which at this moment in time is approximately $3.6 million that they've given to that, and also have the Build Strong Foundation that they contribute to. Again, I know it was brought up that this year the landowner did dedicate the high school site and the remainder of the community park, which I know Mr. Mayor brought up. That was, as Jennifer brought up, I think, that was where the 27J did say we met our land dedication requirement at the moment. That per the PUD, we do dedicate land. That's how we do it. And so that dedication met the requirement for these two filings, and 27J specifically mentioned that. One other item I just want to call out on this, just because it shows the overall community a little bit more, is that back in 2018, we met with Public Works and landowners downstream from here about some of the downstream drainage issues that they were having. Really, it has to do with the majority of the site drains into a drainage that's called Ragweed Draw. It's kind of the green line that you see paralleling going across.
Sir, I'm sorry. I got to interrupt you for a moment. I have to do something administratively real quick.
Yep, no
So
problem.
give me 1 second, please. This time, looking for a motion second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this council meeting by 2.5 hours. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Have a motion to Councilmember Noble. Have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this council meeting by 2.5 hours. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Opposed? If you were an aye, raise your hand for me. If you were a yes, raise your hand. Unfortunately, the motion is going to fail 4-4. At this time, I need a motion to adjourn. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Have a motion second to adjourn. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, let's extend it for an hour instead of 2.5.
Okay, have a motion and a second to adjourn the council meeting. All those in favor?
To adjourn.
To adjourn. Have a motion second to adjourn the council meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Just so everyone understands, with respect to the remaining business, that automatically gets scheduled over to the next regular meeting, which I believe is August 7th.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, I did not hear all the ayes. So once again, have a motion second to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-3. We're adjourned.